Welcome to Sweet Dreams Storytelling, where we unwind, relax, and drift into dreamland. I'm your host, Mike, and I'm so glad you're joining me tonight. Let's get cozy and settle in. Story for this evening is Chapter 1, A Restless Spirit. In the quiet little town of Riverton, nestled on the wide, winding banks of the Mississippi River, lived a young girl named Ellie Mae. Her home, a modest wooden house painted a cheerful shade of yellow, stood just a stone's throw from the water's edge, its small windows always reflecting the glittering sunlight that danced upon the river's surface. Ellie Mae was known throughout Riverton for her untamable curly red hair and a spirit just as wild. At 14, she was filled with a restless energy that seemed too vast for the smallness of her surroundings. While other girls her age were content with their daily routines, Ellie's heart yearned for adventure, for stories yet to be told, and places yet to be seen. Her father, a seasoned fisherman, often shared tales of the distant cities and exotic sights he encountered in his younger days traveling down the river. These stories only fueled Ellie's dreams further, and she spent countless hours sitting on the rickety dock, her feet dangling over the edge, imagining herself journeying to the places her father described. Despite her dreams, Ellie's reality was firmly rooted in the daily grind of Riverton. Her mornings were spent helping her mother at the local market, selling fish and handmade crafts to the townspeople and occasional travelers. Though her mother taught her the value of hard work and honesty, Ellie often found herself distracted, her thoughts wandering to the adventures that awaited beyond the horizon. One afternoon, as the market packed up and the sun began its slow descent behind the river, Ellie took her usual detour home along the water's edge. The air was thick with the sweet smell of wildflowers and the musky scent of the river. As she walked, she noticed something unusual, a slight disturbance in a nearby thicket of willows. Curiosity piqued, Ellie approached quietly. Hidden amongst the underbrush, she found a man. He was tall and appeared weary, his clothes tattered and his face marked by lines of exhaustion and worry. Ellie knew immediately he was a runaway slave. She had heard tales of such desperate souls seeking freedom, risking life and limb on the journey northward. The man looked up, his eyes meeting hers. There was a moment of mutual hesitation, a silent exchange fraught with decision. Ellie's heart pounded, not out of fear, but out of a sudden, overwhelming sense of purpose. Here was the adventure she had dreamed of, not in the form she had imagined, but real and urgent and right before her eyes. "Miss, I mean no harm," the man finally said, his voice low and rasping. "I know," Ellie replied, her decision made in an instant. "I'm Ellie Mae, and I'm going to help you." From that moment, Ellie's life changed forever. The course of her simple, predictable existence was altered, leading her down a path filled with risks and challenges, but also with the profound sense of fulfillment she had always craved. That evening, under the cover of dusk, Ellie and the man named Jimson would begin their perilous journey down the Mississippi River, a journey that would not only test their courage and cunning, but would also bind their fates together in ways they could never have anticipated. This chapter sets the stage for Ellie Mae's transformation from a dreamy young girl to a determined individual, thrust into a world of adventure and moral complexity as she steps into a larger story, one of freedom, friendship, and the quest for a life of her own choosing. Chapter 2, A Hidden Stranger. Ellie Mae's heart thudded in her chest as she stood before the stranger in the thickets, her mind racing with the implications of what she was about to do. She had never defied her parents' wishes so blatantly, nor had she ever involved herself in something so dangerous as aiding a runaway slave. Yet, the decision felt right, an undeniable call to action that resonated with the deepest parts of her spirit. Jimson, the man introduced himself, his voice a weary whisper as he cautiously stepped out from the shadows of the willows. He was tall and broad, his presence imposing, yet there was a gentle kindness in his eyes that belied his rugged appearance. "Thank you, Miss Ellie," he added, a hint of disbelief in his tone, as if he was not accustomed to kindness from strangers, especially not from a young white girl in the heart of the South. Ellie nodded, quickly leading Jimson away from the path and deeper into the underbrush. They needed to talk, and they needed a plan. They found a secluded spot by the riverbank, where the murmur of the flowing water could cloak their conversation. The sun had dipped below the horizon, and the soft glow of twilight enveloped them, lending an eerie calm to the moment. I can't stay here, Jimson said, his eyes scanning the darkening woods. They'll be searching for me come dawn. I know a place, a little ways up north, on the river, Ellie replied, her voice low but excited. It's a hidden spot where my father used to take me fishing. We can make a raft and start heading north tonight. Jimson studied Ellie with a mixture of astonishment and concern. It's too dangerous for you, Miss Ellie. I can't let you throw your life away for me. Ellie's jaw set firmly. I'm not asking for permission, Jimson. I'm offering my help, and I've made up my mind. I need to do this. They spent the next hour hastily planning. Ellie knew her father stored old planks and barrels in the shed behind their house, materials that could be fashioned into a crude but serviceable raft. As night enveloped the world around them, they sneaked back to her home, moving silently through the shadows. The task was fraught with risk. Every creak of the wood, every rustle of their movements seemed unbearably loud in the quiet of the night. Ellie's heart raced as she helped Jimson gather what they needed. They transported the materials in small loads, careful not to draw attention from anyone who might still be awake. Once they had enough to start building the raft, they returned to their secluded spot by the river. Under the stars, they worked by the light of a lantern. Ellie had brought from home. Jimson, with skills honed from years of hard labor, took the lead in constructing the raft. Ellie assisted as best she could, her hands becoming blistered and sore, her muscles aching from the unfamiliar labor. As they worked, Jimson shared more about his life. He spoke of the plantation he had escaped from, the brutality he had endured, and the family he hoped to find in the north. His stories were a tapestry of pain and resilience, and Ellie listened with a growing sense of admiration and anger at the injustices he had suffered. By the time the first light of dawn touched the sky, the raft was rudimentary but functional. They pushed it into the river, the cold water splashing against their legs, shocking them with its iciness. Time to go, Miss Ellie, Jimson said, offering her his hand as she climbed onto the raft. With a push, they were adrift, the current catching them in its embrace and pulling them into the heart of the Mississippi. Ellie looked back once at the town of Riverton, its outlines blurred by the morning fog. She felt a pang of sorrow for the life she was leaving behind, but knew with unshakable certainty that her future was out there, somewhere along the vast flowing river. As Riverton faded into the mist, Ellie Mae faced forward, her eyes set on the northern horizon, her heart alight with the thrill of adventure and the weight of responsibility. Together, she and Jimson were embarking on a journey that would test their courage, their cunning, and their capacity for hope against the immense challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 3: Preparing for Departure. As the Mississippi River gently lapped against their makeshift raft, Ellie and Jimson could barely make out the shapes of the trees and houses of Riverton through the thick morning fog. They knew that every moment on the shore increased their risk of discovery, but before they could safely embark, they needed to ensure their raft was truly river-worthy and that they had enough supplies for the journey. With Jimson's guidance, Ellie helped reinforce the structure of the raft. Using the skills her father had taught her about knots and lashings, she secured the barrels and planks. Jimson, with hands that bore the calluses of long, hard years, worked the rope and wood with a practiced ease, his large fingers surprisingly nimble. While Jimson worked on the raft, Ellie took on the task of gathering supplies. She knew her father kept a stash of dried meat, hardtack, and other provisions in a storage bin for his fishing trips. Quiet as a shadow, Ellie slipped back to her house. The door creaked slightly as she opened it, a sound that seemed to echo like a gunshot in her tense state. Her heart pounding, she paused, listening for any signs of her parents waking. After a moment, with no sound other than the regular breathing of her sleeping family, she continued. Inside, she moved with purpose, collecting the food, a couple of blankets, and her father's old fishing knife. She also grabbed a small tin box where her mother kept the healing herbs and balms. Ellie knew the journey wouldn't just test their endurance and stealth, but their health too. Back at the river, Ellie stashed the provisions under a loose plank in the middle of the raft, making sure everything was balanced and secure. Jimson nodded in approval, his eyes scanning their surroundings for any sign of trouble. "There's one more thing we need," Ellie murmured, her eyes on the horizon, where the river bent northward. "We need a good story. If we're stopped or questioned, we can't tell the truth." Jimson's brow furrowed, the weight of their situation etching deeper lines into his already weathered face. "What do you suggest?" "We're fishing," Ellie said quickly, the lie familiar and easy. "My pa sent us downriver to trade fish for supplies." "You're an old family friend, helping out." Simple and close enough to the truth to remember, Jimson agreed, though the shadow in his eyes spoke of his fears of what might happen if their ruse was pierced. As they pushed off from the shore, the raft bobbing uncertainly before finding its rhythm with the current, Ellie felt a surge of adrenaline. The river opened before them like a road, winding through the heart of America. And as Riverton disappeared behind them, swallowed by the fog and the early morning light, a sense of irrevocable change settled over Ellie. She stood at the stern of the raft, watching the town fade away, her home, her past life becoming just another part of the misty landscape. Ahead, the river stretched out, vast and unknown. Ellie turned, her gaze meeting Jimson's, and in that moment, a wordless agreement passed between them. They were in this together, come what may. As the first rays of sun broke through the clouds, lighting up the river with a golden glow, Ellie felt the weight of her old life slip away, replaced by a fierce, burning hope. With the wind in her hair and the wide river ahead, she steered the raft around the bend, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them in the pursuit of freedom and adventure. Chapter 4. The Great Escape. The Mississippi River, with its relentless currents and sprawling expanse, held both peril and promise as Ellie Mae and Jimson guided their raft away from Riverton. The early morning sun painted the water with strokes of gold and crimson, an awe-inspiring sight that gave Ellie a momentary pause, a reminder of the beauty and freedom she sought, contrasted starkly against the fear of pursuit that nipped at their heels. Jimson stood at the front of the raft, his eyes fixed on the swirling waters ahead, navigating through channels and around sandbars with an expertise born from years of forced labor on riverboats. Ellie, meanwhile, took charge of the makeshift rudder, steering the raft with a growing confidence as the shoreline slipped by. "Keep a sharp lookout," Jimson instructed, his voice low but calm. "We ain't the only ones who use these waters, and not all have friendly intentions." Ellie nodded, her eyes scanning the banks. The river was a lifeline for many, a highway that connected the myriad of small towns and outposts along its path. It was also a corridor of commerce, where steamboats and flatboats plied their trade, carrying gigs and people, each with their own stories and secrets. As they rounded a bend, Ellie's grip tightened on the rudder. A steamboat chugged in the distance, its paddle wheels churning the water, sending ripples across the surface that rocked their small raft. Her first instinct was to hide, but the broad expanse of the river offered little in the way of cover. "Act natural," Jimson murmured, catching her gaze. "Remember, we're just fishing." Ellie forced herself to relax, to adopt the casual demeanor of a fisher girl as the steamboat drew nearer. She even went so far as to cast a line into the water, letting it trail behind the raft. Jimson, playing his part, nodded and waved at the passing boat, which, much to Ellie's relief, did not slow, but offered a few cheerful toots of its whistle before steaming onward. As the sound of the steamboat faded, Ellie allowed herself a brief sigh of relief. "How long till we're clear of the familiar territories?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Couple of days, if we're lucky," Jimson replied, scanning the horizon. "We need to keep moving, make good use of the daylight. Night brings its own dangers on the river." The day wore on, the sun climbing high in the sky, beating down on them with a relentless heat. Ellie's skin grew sticky with sweat and river spray, and her arms ached from the effort of steering. But she didn't complain. The physical exertion was a small price to pay for the sense of purpose that filled her with each mile they put between themselves and Riverton. By mid-afternoon, they spotted a small island dense with trees and underbrush, a perfect spot to rest and replenish their water supplies. Jimson steered the raft to the shore, his large hands deftly maneuvering them to a gentle stop against the sandy bank. They spent the cooler hours of the afternoon resting in the shade of the trees, Jimson keeping watch while Ellie explored the small island. She collected fresh water from a spring, her thoughts wandering to her family. She wondered what they were doing at that very moment, if they had discovered her absence yet, if they were worried. But as the shadows lengthened and the river turned a deep shade of blue under the twilight sky, Ellie's resolve hardened. She knew she could not turn back, not when freedom and adventure called her forward. not when Jimson's life and her own newfound purpose were at stake. With the setting sun casting long shadows over the water, they pushed off once again, the raft slipping silently back into the current of the Mississippi. Night enveloped them, a blanket of stars their only light, as they continued their journey northward, towards uncertainty, towards freedom. Chapter 5. Life on the Water. As the night deepened, the Mississippi whispered around them, its currents both a lullaby and a constant reminder of the unstoppable flow of time and river. Ellie and Jimson, their bodies weary from the day's efforts, settled into a rhythm aboard their makeshift raft. They spoke little, each lost in their own thoughts under the vast, starlit sky. Ellie took the first watch, letting Jimson catch a few hours of sleep. Wrapped in a blanket against the chill of the night air, she sat at the back of the raft, her eyes scanning the dark water and the shadowy banks. The solitude of the river at night was overwhelming, the silence punctuated only by the occasional call of a night bird or the distant howl of a coyote. It made Ellie feel both insignificant and intensely alive, a small part of something much greater than herself. When it was Jimson's turn to keep watch, Ellie curled up on the raft, the gentle rocking of the water easing her into a fitful sleep. Her dreams were a tangle of river scenes, her home and the faces of her family, all blending together in a stream of consciousness that mirrored the river's flow. With the first light of dawn, they were both awake, the new day bringing a renewed sense of urgency. Jimson took over the navigation again, his experienced eyes reading the river's surface, avoiding obstacles that could damage their fragile craft. As the sun climbed higher, the river life began to stir around them. Fish jumped, splashing back into the water, and birds swooped low to skim the surface. Ellie, rejuvenated by a few hours of sleep, took up her fishing line again, this time with genuine intent. They needed food, and while their provisions were holding up, fresh fish would be a welcome addition. Fishing from the raft proved to be a successful endeavor. Ellie managed to catch several small fish, which Jimson showed her how to gut and prepare. They cooked the fish over a small, carefully managed fire on the raft, the smoke curling up into the sky in thin, wispy strands. The meal was simple but delicious, seasoned with the satisfaction of self-reliance. As they ate, Jimson shared more about his knowledge of the river. He pointed out the types of trees lining the banks, each one a marker of their progress northward. "See those sycamores over there," he said, gesturing towards the eastern bank. "Means we're entering different territory. The land's changing, and so's the water. Gotta be careful of stronger currents and sudden shallows." Ellie soaked up his knowledge eagerly, every lesson making her a better partner in this journey. She also took the time to teach Jimson some of what she knew, how to read the weather patterns, which her father had taught her, and the best ways to tie knots, critical for keeping their raft sturdy and functional. The day passed with them falling into a companionable silence, each occupied with their tasks. Ellie felt a growing respect for Jimson, not just for his survival skills, but for his calm demeanor and the strength he showed in facing his past and his uncertain future. By late afternoon, they approached a section of the river that Jimson marked as tricky. "Got to be careful here," he warned, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed the water ahead. The river was wider here, and the currents were visibly more turbulent. Ellie felt her pulse quicken as they maneuvered the raft, working together to steer clear of a large whirlpool that had formed near the center of the river. It was a close call, their raft spinning dangerously before Jimson's strong hands corrected their course. As they cleared the perilous stretch, Ellie let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. "That was intense," she admitted, her hands trembling slightly from the adrenaline. Jimson nodded, a slight smile breaking through his usually stoic expression. "Part of life on the river," he said. "You handle yourself well, Ellie." Ellie smiled back, feeling a surge of pride. The river was teaching her, changing her, and she was eager to meet its next challenge head-on. With Jimson by her side, she felt ready to tackle whatever the Mississippi could throw at them, her heart beating in time with the river's eternal flow. Chapter 6. The River Folk. As Ellie and Jimson continued their journey down the Mississippi, the river began to reveal its diverse community. It wasn't long before their path intersected with other river dwellers, each encounter adding a layer to their understanding of this vast, flowing world. The morning was bright and clear, the sun casting sparkling reflections on the water, when they first spotted another raft. This one was much larger than theirs, cobbled together from various pieces of wood and debris, appearing as a floating scrapyard. A colorful array of clothes hung from lines strung across the raft, and pots of plants bobbed gently with the flow. An elderly couple waved enthusiastically as they drew near. "Hi there," called the man, his voice as weathered as his sun-beaten skin. "Care to trade?" Jimson glanced at Ellie, who nodded. Trading could give them extra supplies or useful information. They maneuvered their raft closer, tying it to the larger one. The couple, introducing themselves as Hattie and George, were river nomads, having lived on the Mississippi for decades. Their raft was their home, moving with the seasons, and they were a treasure trove of river knowledge and folklore. "We've got fresh herbs and some rabbit meat," Hattie offered, her eyes twinkling. "Could do with some of your fish, young lady." Ellie agreed, and they exchanged goods. Ellie also receiving a handful of dried lavender. For keeping the bugs away, Hattie advised with a wink. George, meanwhile, pulled Jimson aside, his voice dropping to a serious tone. "You folks watch yourselves as you head north. There's a rough patch of river coming up. Bandits been seen. Stick close to the shore and keep your fire low at night." Thankful for the warning and the supplies, Ellie and Jimson soon set off again, waving goodbye to their new friends. The encounter had been a pleasant one, but the warning from George lingered in Ellie's mind, adding a note of caution to their journey. The next encounter was less benign. Midday found them nearing a large flatboat, its deck crowded with barrels and crates. As they approached, a rugged man at the helm eyed them suspiciously. "State your business," he called out, his hand hovering near a pistol tucked into his belt. "We're just passing through, fishing," Jimson called back, his voice steady. The man seemed to consider their answer before nodding gruffly and turning his attention back to his cargo. Ellie breathed a sigh of relief as they continued past, the tension ebbing away once they were out of earshot. "That could have gone worse," Jimson muttered, his eyes scanning the river ahead. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows over the water, they decided to make camp on a small island covered in dense foliage. Here they could stay hidden and keep their fire small, as George had advised. While Jimson prepared a discreet campfire, Ellie explored the tiny island. It was a peaceful spot, the sounds of the river a constant backdrop. She gathered some firewood and found a small patch of wild berries, which would make a sweet addition to their dinner. That evening, as they sat by their small fire, eating their modest meal, they talked about the people they had met that day. Ellie felt a deepening connection to the river and its inhabitants, each one living a life so different from her own, yet bound by the same flowing waters. "It's like a whole different world out here," she said, gazing into the flames. Jimson nodded. "The river's got its own rules and its own kind of people. We're all just trying to find our way along it." That night, as Ellie lay back on the raft, staring up at the stars, she felt a profound sense of belonging to something larger than herself. The river was both a road and a home, and its people, with their varied lives and shared wisdom, were now a part of her story, one that was still unfolding with each mile they traveled northward. Chapter 7: The Gambler's Scheme. Ellie and Jimson's journey down the Mississippi brought not only encounters with friendly river folk, but also brushes with the more cunning and dangerous characters that the river seemed to attract. Their next encounter would test their wits and resolve. It was mid-morning when they spotted a steamboat moored at a wide bend in the river. Music and laughter floated across the water, and the scent of roasted meat and tobacco smoke filled the air. Curious and cautiously optimistic about possibly restocking their dwindling supplies, Ellie suggested they approach. As they drew closer, they saw that the steamboat was larger than it first appeared, with elaborate decorations and brightly colored flags fluttering in the breeze. A sign proclaimed it as the Magnolia Queen, a traveling riverboat casino. Might be a good chance to gather some supplies, and maybe hear some news of the river ahead. Jimson agreed, though his tone carried a note of caution. They tied their raft to the lower dock of the steamboat and climbed aboard. The deck was bustling with activity. Well-dressed men and women milled around, drinks in hand, while card games and dice rolled on makeshift tables. A band played a lively tune in the corner, adding to the festive atmosphere. Ellie and Jimson split up to blend in better. Ellie wandered over to a table where a game of poker was in full swing. She didn't intend to play. Her father had warned her about the dangers of gambling, especially with strangers, but she was curious. As she watched, a man with a slick smile and a sharper suit noticed her interest. "Care to join us, miss?" he asked, gesturing to an empty chair. "It's just a friendly game." Ellie hesitated, then decided to sit. She could gather information here. "Sure," she replied, trying to sound more confident than she felt. The game was fast-paced, and though Ellie had no money to gamble, the man, introducing himself as Mr. Carmichael, insisted she play on his credit. "Just a bit of fun," he assured her with a wink. Ellie played cautiously, her father's lessons on poker faces and reading people suddenly invaluable. She realized quickly that Carmichael was skilled at manipulating his expressions and likely the game itself. Meanwhile, Jimson had struck up a conversation with the boat's bartender, subtly probing for any news of river patrols or dangers ahead. The bartender, a grizzled man with a missing front tooth, was initially reticent, but warmed up after Jimson shared a tale of a fabricated fishing mishap. Back at the poker table, Ellie's initial success took a turn. She noticed a couple of players signaling each other, their subtle gestures almost imperceptible. She was being swindled, and the friendly game was a setup. Realizing this, Ellie excused herself from the table, claiming she needed some fresh air. She quickly found Jimson and relayed what had happened. "We need to get off this boat now," she said, her voice low. "They're cheating players, and I think they target newcomers like us." Jimson nodded, having gathered enough information about the river ahead and confirming Ellie's suspicions about the underhanded dealings on the Magnolia Queen. They discreetly made their way back to their raft, untying it quickly and pushing off into the river's current. As they floated away, Ellie glanced back at the glittering lights of the steamboat, a stark contrast to the dark water around them. "That was too close," she murmured. "Too close, but you handled it well," Jimson replied, his voice steady. "We're learning fast, Ellie. The river's full of different currents, and not all of them flow honest." That night, as they found a quiet cove to camp, the lessons of the day weighed heavily on Ellie. Trust was a valuable commodity, and on the Mississippi, it was as treacherous as the river itself. They settled in for the night, watchful and wiser, the sounds of the river whispering secrets in the dark. Chapter 8: Stories Under the Stars. After the encounter with the cunning gamblers aboard the Magnolia Queen, Ellie and Jimson found themselves more cautious, more aware of the complexities and potential dangers hidden in the folds of the river's seemingly tranquil journey. That evening, as they made camp on a small, secluded sandbar, the mood was introspective. The sandbar was a narrow crescent of sand and scrub, just large enough for their raft and a small fire. As twilight descended, painting the sky in hues of purple and orange, Ellie gathered driftwood for a fire, while Jimson prepared a simple meal of beans and the last of their fish. With the fire crackling and the river murmuring in the background, Jimson looked across the flames to Ellie, who was poking at the embers with a stick. "You're thinking about today, aren't you?" he asked, his voice soft. Ellie nodded, her gaze fixed on the dancing flames. "It's a lot to take in. The river, it's not just the place I thought it was. It's full of life, full of stories, but also full of deception." Jimson sighed, pulling his knees closer to his chest. "That's the truth of it. But remember, Ellie, the river's like life. It's got its good currents and its bad ones. You got to navigate it with care, learn from it." Feeling the weight of their experiences, Ellie asked Jimson to share more about his life, hoping to understand more about the world beyond her small town and the people in it. Jimson took a deep breath, the firelight flickering across his face, creating shadows that seemed to deepen the lines of his story. "I was born on a plantation in Louisiana," he began, his voice steady but distant. "Life there, it wasn't life, it was survival, day to day. My ma, she was strong, kept us together as much as she could." He paused, lost in his memories. "When I was about your age, I started to work the fields, hard labor, from sunup to sundown. That's all I knew, all I thought I'd ever know." Ellie listened, her heart heavy with the harsh realities Jimson faced. It was a world she could scarcely imagine, so different from her own sheltered upbringing. "One day," Jimson continued, "I heard about the Underground Railroad, about folks fighting for freedom, for a chance to live real lives. I knew then I had to run, had to try for something better. His escape was fraught with danger, hiding by day, running by night, always one step ahead of the dogs and the hunters sent to drag him back. It wasn't just me, he added. There were others too. We helped each other, kept each other going when it seemed too hard, too impossible. Ellie's eyes were wide in the firelight, her mind racing with the images of Jimson's tale. How did you keep going, knowing what might happen if you got caught? Jimson smiled, though the smile was tinged with sadness. Hope, Ellie. Hope's a powerful thing. And anger too. Anger at the chains, at the life stolen from us. That fueled me, pushed me forward. As the fire died down to embers and the stars blanketed the sky, Ellie felt a profound sense of connection and gratitude toward Jimson. His story wasn't just a tale of survival, it was a testament to the human spirit's capacity to seek freedom against all odds. That's why I'm here, Ellie said quietly, her voice firm. To help you find that freedom, Jimson. To be part of something right. Jimson reached across the small space between them, his hand finding Ellie's in the darkness. And I'm grateful, Ellie. More than I can say. That night, under the vast expanse of stars, Ellie and Jimson shared not just stories but a silent vow to continue their journey. No matter what the river brought their way, the night deepened around them, filled with the sounds of the wild and the whisper of the river, carrying them steadily onward. Chapter 9, Storm on the Mississippi. As Ellie and Jimson continued their journey down the great Mississippi, they were greeted by an ominous morning sky, heavy with dark clouds. The air was thick with humidity, a sure sign of an impending storm. Despite the foreboding weather, they pressed on, knowing that finding a safe harbor along the unpredictable riverbanks could prove just as treacherous as weathering the storm on water. Jimson's eyes were constantly scanning the sky, watching as the clouds swirled and darkened. Storm's coming fast, he noted, his voice carrying a hint of concern. We need to secure everything on the raft. Ellie hurried to follow his instructions, tying down their supplies and making sure nothing could be easily washed away. The wind began to pick up, sending ripples across the water that grew into choppy waves. They lowered the small sail they'd been using to aid their journey, knowing it could become unmanageable or dangerous in strong winds. As the first heavy drops of rain fell, pelting the raft with increasing intensity, the river's currents grew fiercer. Jimson took the makeshift rudder, his strong hands fighting to keep their craft steady and pointed downstream. Ellie crouched low, her heart pounding with both adrenaline and fear as the raft bucked and swayed. Without warning, a powerful gust of wind whipped across the river, catching them off guard. The raft spun out of control for a few terrifying moments before Jimson managed to stabilize it. But the respite was short-lived. The storm was upon them in full fury, with howling winds and blinding rain. Amidst the chaos, a faint cry for help pierced the tumult of the storm. Ellie, straining to see through the rain, spotted another smaller raft adrift nearby. On it, a young boy clung desperately to a soggy pile of ropes, and "We have to help him!" Ellie shouted over the roar of the storm, pointing towards the struggling figure. Jimson nodded, his face set with determination. Maneuvering their raft alongside the boys, he called out, "Hold on, we're coming." The rescue was dangerous. The river seemed intent on thwarting their efforts, the rafts colliding with each other as Jimson reached out to grab the boy's arm. With a strong pull, he hoisted the boy onto their raft, just as his makeshift vessel was swallowed by the raging waters. Shivering and scared, the boy huddled under the blanket, Ellie wrapped around him. "Thank you," he stammered, his teeth chattering from cold and fear. "I'm Thomas." As Jimson navigated the raft through the diminishing storm, Ellie tended to Thomas, giving him some of their fresh water and the last of their bread. "How did you end up out here alone?" she asked, her voice soft, trying not to intimidate the boy further. Thomas's story unfolded slowly. He had been separated from his family during a previous night's storm and had been trying to catch up to them ever since. His plight added a new layer of urgency to their journey. They couldn't leave him behind. Finally, as the storm passed, leaving a calm but heavy air in its wake, the trio looked ahead. The river was peaceful once more, its treacherous phase just another memory in its long history. "We'll find your family, Thomas," Ellie promised, squeezing his shoulder reassuringly. We're in this together now." That night, as they made camp on a quiet stretch of riverbank, the sky clear and scattered with stars, the three of them sat around a small fire. The ordeal had bonded them, each one's survival now intertwined with the others. Ellie and Jimson shared knowing looks. Their journey had taken on a new meaning. It wasn't just about reaching the north anymore. It was about bringing Thomas to safety too. The path forward was clear, the challenges undeniably daunting. Yet as they sat there, the flickering firelight casting shadows on their faces, a silent resolve settled among them. Together, they would face whatever the river had in store, their shared resolve stronger than any storm that might come their way. Chapter 10. An unlikely trio. With the addition of young Thomas to their small band, Ellie and Jimson felt a renewed sense of purpose as they continued their journey down the Mississippi. The storm had passed, leaving behind a clearer sky and a calm that was almost surreal after the previous day's chaos. As the sun rose, casting a golden glow over the tranquil waters, the trio set about reorganizing their raft to better accommodate their new circumstances. Thomas, though still visibly shaken by the ordeal, was eager to help and quickly became involved in the daily tasks. "First thing we need to do is teach you how to fish," Ellie told Thomas, handing him an old, spare fishing rod. Jimson showed him how to bait the hook and cast the line, and soon enough, Thomas was as engrossed in the task as Ellie had been when she first learned. While Thomas focused on fishing, Ellie and Jimson took the opportunity to talk. "We need to be careful," Jimson said, his eyes scanning the riverbanks. "Adding Thomas to our group makes us more noticeable, and it could slow us down." Ellie nodded, understanding the risks. "But we can't just leave him," she asserted. "He's alone and scared. We have to help him find his family." Jimson agreed, and they decided to keep a closer watch as they traveled, alternating more frequently between steering the raft and keeping lookout. As the day progressed, Ellie taught Thomas some of the skills her father had taught her, how to read the river currents and how to steer the raft. Thomas, absorbing every lesson with a keen interest, slowly began to regain his confidence. That evening, as they tied the raft to a sturdy tree along a quiet stretch of the riverbank, the three gathered around a small campfire. The warmth of the fire and the sound of the river flowing steadily in the background created a comforting atmosphere. It was then that Thomas began to open up more about his family. He spoke of his mother and two sisters, from whom he had been separated during a violent storm much like the one Ellie and Jimson had found him after. His father had passed away some years ago, and his mother had been everything to him and his siblings. "My mom, she's strong," Thomas said, his voice tinged with pride and worry. "She's always kept us together. I just hope she's okay." Ellie reached out, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "We'll find them, Thomas. We're all in this together now." Jimson, usually reserved, shared a bit more of his story with Thomas, drawing parallels between his own search for freedom and Thomas's separation from his family. "We're all looking for something out here," Jimson mused. "For me, it's freedom. For you, it's your family. But the river's bringing us together for a reason. We look out for each other." That night, under a sky full of stars, the trio felt a collective sense of camaraderie and hope. They shared stories of their lives before the river, their dreams for the future, and the lessons they'd learned along the way. Ellie, feeling the weight of their shared experiences, realized how much she had grown since leaving Riverton. The journey had taught her not just about survival, but about compassion and the strength of human connections. As they settled down for the night, each wrapped in their own thoughts but comforted by the presence of the others, the river continued its ceaseless flow, a silent reminder of the passage of time and the journey still to come. Chapter 11. Close Calls. With the river widening as they headed north, the trio found themselves increasingly vigilant. The banks were now dotted with larger towns and more frequent river traffic, which meant greater risks of encounters that could threaten their journey. One crisp morning, as mist still clung to the water's surface, Ellie was at the helm, navigating through a particularly busy stretch of the river. Thomas was keeping a lookout, his recent fears somewhat abated by his new responsibilities, and Jimson was preparing a modest breakfast of cornbread and dried fruit. Their peaceful routine shattered when Thomas's sharp eyes caught movement along the southern bank. "Boat coming up fast behind us," he warned, pointing to a sleek, motorized vessel that was clearly out of place on the usually placid river. Jimson dropped the food, rushing to Ellie's side. Could be bounty hunters, he muttered, his eyes narrowing as he assessed their options. Ellie felt a surge of adrenaline. She knew that if the boat carried bounty hunters, their intentions could only be malicious, particularly for Jimson. "We need to lose them," she said decisively, her hands tightening on the rudder. "Head for that inlet," Jimson instructed, pointing to a narrow, overgrown channel barely visible through the thick riverside foliage. "It might be tight, but it could hide us." With skilled maneuvers, Ellie steered the raft towards the inlet. The motorized boat followed for a while, but soon slowed, the narrow passage proving too risky for the larger vessel. The sounds of frustrated shouts and the churn of the motor fading away brought a collective sigh of relief from the trio. Once they were securely hidden by the dense brush and the shadows of overhanging trees, they allowed themselves a moment to relax. Thomas, who had been holding his breath, finally exhaled loudly. "That was too close," he said, his voice a mix of awe and fear. "We're not clear yet," Jimson cautioned, his eyes still watching the way they had come. "They might wait for us to come back out." Ellie nodded, her mind racing for solutions. "Let's stay put for now, rest and keep watch. We'll push off again at nightfall when it's harder to be spotted." The day passed slowly as they remained hidden in the inlet. Ellie and Jimson took turns sleeping and keeping watch, while Thomas gathered some wild berries and edible plants from the nearby area. The quiet of their hidden refuge was a stark contrast to the earlier tension, and it gave Ellie time to think about their journey and all the risks they still faced. As dusk began to fall, painting the sky in shades of purple and grey, they prepared to leave their temporary shelter. Jimson checked every inch of the raft to ensure it was silent, securing any loose items that could rattle or thump against the wooden planks. "Stay low and keep voices down," Jimson instructed as they gently pushed off into the current, the cover of night, providing a veil of safety. The river was a different world at night. Sounds were amplified, and the darkness seemed to hold countless unknowns. Ellie felt every shadow might conceal a threat, but she also felt a thrill at their adeptness at navigating these challenges. The stars above provided a faint light, reflecting off the water and guiding their path forward. As they slowly made their way back onto the main river, avoiding the use of any lights to betray their presence, Ellie felt a mixture of fear and exhilaration. They were vulnerable yet clever, weak yet strong in their unity and determination. After hours of tense navigation, the first light of dawn graced the horizon, and the threat seemed to lessen with the returning visibility. No sign of the motorized boat or any other immediate danger allowed them to finally relax slightly. "That was a good call, Ellie," Jimson said, nodding in approval as he took over the rudder for the next stretch. "You're turning into quite the captain." Ellie managed a tired smile, proud but aware of the long journey still ahead. As the sun rose, casting long, warm rays across the river, the trio continued northward, their bond strengthened by each challenge, their resolve hardened by each close call. Chapter 12, A Village Interlude. As the morning sun lit the Mississippi, its rays sparkling on the calm waters, Ellie, Jimson, and Thomas approached a small riverside village called Milltown. This was a planned stop. They needed to resupply and gather information about the river ahead, particularly any areas known for bandit activity or heavy patrols that could threaten their journey. Milltown was typical of the small towns that dotted the riverbanks, built on the commerce of the river, with a bustling little market, a few docks, and homes scattered up the sloping banks. As they moored their raft among a few local fishing boats, Ellie felt a flutter of nervous excitement. Interacting with townsfolk always carried the risk of exposure, especially for Jimson, but it was a necessary part of navigating their way north. "Remember, we're fish traders from down south," Ellie reminded Thomas and Jimson. "Jimson, you're an old family friend, and Thomas is my cousin. Stick to the story and keep it simple." Jimson nodded, his face set in a serious expression, while Thomas looked eager to play his part, perhaps enjoying the semblance of normalcy after their harrowing experiences. They split up to cover more ground quickly. Ellie headed to the general store to buy supplies, salted meat, flour, and some fresh vegetables. Thomas, who was proving to be quite the negotiator, went to trade some of their fish at the market for other necessities like oil and soap. Jimson, always cautious, lingered by the raft, keeping a watchful eye on their belongings and their only means of escape. He also took the time to speak with some local fishermen, gleaning bits of valuable information about river conditions and any news of patrols or dangers. As Ellie entered the general store, she was struck by the normalcy of the scene before her. People chatted casually, a far cry from the tense whispers and sharp glances she had grown accustomed to on the river. She gathered her items and approached the counter to pay, offering the storekeeper a friendly smile. "Where you're headed with such supplies?" the storekeeper asked, casually, making conversation as he packed her goods. "North," Ellie responded, keeping her tone light, trading all the way up to Memphis. "Got family there?" The storekeeper nodded, seemingly satisfied with her answer. "Safe travels then. River can be tricky this time of year." With her purchases complete, Ellie stepped out of the store and almost walked straight into someone she recognized from Riverton. Her heart skipped a beat as the woman, Mrs. Cartwright, a friend of her mother's, stared at her in surprise. "Ellie Mae? Is that you? What on earth are you doing all the way out here?" Mrs. Cartwright exclaimed, her voice a mix of concern and curiosity. Thinking quickly, Ellie managed a strained smile. "Just helping some family with their trading run, Mrs. Cartwright. It's a short trip." Thankfully, Mrs. Cartwright, though clearly puzzled, didn't press further, and after a few more pleasantries, Ellie excused herself, saying they had to get back to the river before dark. Rushing back to the raft, Ellie shared the encounter with Jimson, her voice low and urgent. "We need to leave, now. It's too risky to stay any longer." Jimson agreed immediately, and once Thomas returned, they quickly loaded their supplies onto the raft. With practiced speed, they untied from the dock and pushed off into the river, leaving Milltown behind much sooner than planned. As they floated away, Ellie couldn't help but glance back. The encounter with Mrs. Cartwright had shaken her, a stark reminder of how fragile their disguise was. The river ahead promised safety in its anonymity, but every stop brought new risks. "We're okay, Ellie," Jimson said softly, noticing her anxious look. "We're still together, and we're still heading north." Ellie nodded, taking a deep breath as she settled back into her role at the rudder. A close call in Milltown had been a warning, but it also hardened her resolve. The path to freedom, for Jimson, for Thomas, and in a way for herself, was fraught with danger, but she knew now more than ever that it was a path worth taking. Chapter 13. The Network of Helpers. After the close call in Milltown, Ellie, Jimson, and Thomas continued their journey north, with heightened caution. The encounter had left them all a bit shaken, reminding them of the constant vigilance required to navigate their precarious situation. The Mississippi flowed endlessly, carrying them past a landscape that slowly changed from the dense green thickets of the south to the broader valleys and hills of the north. As they approached a region known for its support of the abolitionist movement, Jimson suggested they seek out the help of the Underground Railroad, a network of secret routes and safe houses established to aid enslaved people escaping to free states. "Up ahead is Chester," Jimson said, pointing towards a small map they had acquired. "I heard from others along the way that an abolitionist there, a Mr. Hawthorne, might help us." Ellie and Thomas listened intently, the prospect of receiving assistance a sliver of hope in their challenging journey. As they neared Chester, they decided to moor their raft in a secluded cove and proceed on foot. The risk of entering a town with a known abolitionist presence was high, but the potential aid was worth it. Under the cover of dusk, they made their way into Chester, the town quiet, with most of its residents likely settled in for the evening. They found Miss Hawthorne's house at the edge of town, marked discreetly by a single lantern hanging from a hook by the door, a signal used by those in the network to indicate a safe house. Jimson knocked softly, a coded rhythm that would tell Mr. Hawthorne they were friends, not foes. The door opened a crack, and an older man peered out, his expression wary. Upon seeing Jimson and hearing a whispered passphrase, his demeanor changed, and he quickly ushered them inside. Mr. Hawthorne was a thin, wiry man with keen eyes and a gentle demeanor. His home was modest, but the warmth from a fire in the hearth made it welcoming. He listened intently as Jimson explained their situation, nodding in understanding. "You're brave to have come this far," Mr. Hawthorne said, his voice low. "We can help you. You'll need to stay here for the night. Tomorrow, I'll arrange for someone to guide you to the next safe house. It's too dangerous to go alone, especially as you head further north." Ellie felt a profound relief wash over her, grateful for the sanctuary, however temporary, Mr. Hawthorne provided them with a warm meal, which they ate in his cozy kitchen, the tension of the past days slowly ebbing away. That night, as they lay in a small hidden room in the back of the house, Ellie thought about the network of people like Mr. Hawthorne, who risked their lives to help others. It was a testament to the good that still existed in the world, a stark contrast to the shadows they often found themselves hiding from. Mr. Hawthorne's help proved invaluable. The next day, he introduced them to Sarah, a young woman who was part of the Underground Railroad. She was to guide them to the next safe house, traveling by night and using hidden trails known only to those within the network. As they left Mr. Hawthorne's house, under the cover of darkness, Ellie felt a renewed sense of purpose. The journey was far from over, and dangers still awaited them, but the support of the Underground Railroad gave them a fighting chance. With Sarah leading the way, they moved silently through the woods, the stars their only light. Ellie, Jimson, and Thomas followed closely, each step taking them closer to freedom, each step a testament to their courage and the collective strength of those who believed in a cause greater than themselves. Chapter 14. Betrayal and Resolve. Guided by Sarah, the young woman from the Underground Railroad, Ellie, Jimson, and Thomas moved cautiously through the night. The paths they followed were known only to those deeply trusted within the network. The shadows of the trees seemed to envelop them, providing cover but also a reminder of the dangers lurking just beyond the safety of their small group. As dawn approached, Sarah led them to a small, concealed cabin deep in the woods where they could rest until nightfall. The cabin, belonging to another supporter of the railroad, was sparsely furnished but offered a much-needed respite from their travels. Sarah assured them she would return with provisions and news from the next station before disappearing back into the early morning light. Exhausted but unable to fully relax, Ellie, Jimson, and Thomas took turns keeping watch through the small, dusty windows. Their conversation was sparse, each lost in their thoughts about the journey ahead and the lives they had left behind. Hours later, when Sarah returned, she brought not only food, but disturbing news. There's been talk in town. Someone's been asking about a group matching your description, she informed them quietly, her eyes scanning their faces for a reaction. Jimson's jaw tightened. "Do you know who it is?" he asked, his voice a low growl. Sarah shook her head. "No, but we believe there's a traitor in Chester, someone who's been leaking information to slave catchers for money." The news hit them like a cold splash of river water. The realization that their safety was compromised from within the very network they depended on was a harsh blow. Ellie felt a mix of anger and fear churn in her stomach. "We can't stay here," Thomas spoke up, his young voice steady despite the fear that Ellie saw flickering in his eyes. "You're right," Sarah agreed. "We need to move you to the next station tonight, not tomorrow as planned. I'll come back with a couple of others. We'll need more hands if we're to get you through safely." The wait through the day was tense, each noise from the surrounding woods a potential threat. However, Sarah was true to her word. As dusk fell, she returned with 2 other members of the railroad, both burly men who looked capable of handling trouble. Their departure from the cabin was a silent, hurried affair. Under the cover of new darkness, the group moved faster than before, the urgency clear in their quick, quiet steps. Ellie, despite the fear, felt a surge of gratitude for these brave souls risking their lives for their freedom. The journey through the night was grueling. They avoided the main paths, taking circuitous routes through dense underbrush and over rocky terrain. The physical strain was immense, but the psychological pressure of knowing a traitor could be revealing their every move was even worse. Just when the strain seemed too much to bear, one of the guides, a tall man named Marcus, stopped abruptly. "We're close to the next safe house," he whispered, his breath visible in the cold night air. "Just over this ridge." As they crested the hill, a small farmhouse came into view, its windows dark, but the faint smell of wood smoke promising warmth and perhaps a moment of safety. Ellie felt a mix of relief and apprehension as they approached. The betrayal in Chester had shaken her trust, but the welcoming nod from the woman who opened the farmhouse door reassured her, if only slightly. Inside, after brief introductions and a quick explanation of their situation, they were given food and a place by the fire to warm themselves. The farmhouse's owner, a stern yet kind woman named Mrs. Lowell, promised to help them reach the next station safely. As they settled in for the rest of the night, Ellie found herself reflecting on the journey. Each step forward was fraught with danger, but each act of kindness and bravery from the railroad renewed her resolve to fight, to survive, and to help Jimson and Thomas reach their dreams of freedom. The path ahead was uncertain, filled with potential betrayals and hardships, but Ellie knew they would face it together, their resolve only strengthened by the challenges they overcame. Chapter 15: The Longest Night. Having left the safety of Mrs. Lowell's farmhouse, Ellie, Jimson, and Thomas pressed on under the cloak of another moonless night. Their journey was becoming more perilous as they moved further north, drawing closer to areas heavily patrolled by those opposed to the Underground Railroad's mission. The air was crisp, with a chill that hinted at the approaching winter. The ground was hard under their feet, and the darkness seemed denser, as if the night itself was conspiring to slow their progress. The weight of their recent betrayal hung heavy in the air, making every rustle in the underbrush and every distant footfall a cause for alarm. Mrs. Lowell had arranged for them to be met by another guide, Peter, halfway to their next destination. Peter was younger than Sarah, but seemed equally capable and earnest. He met them at a predetermined location, a hollowed-out tree marked with a small carved symbol that only those in the railroad would recognize. With barely a word, they continued, their pace quickening under Peter's guidance. The terrain grew more challenging, with steep inclines and thickets that seemed almost impassable. Their physical exhaustion was palpable, but the urgency of their situation propelled them forward. As they navigated a particularly dense forest, Peter held up his hand, signaling them to stop. "We need to be extremely careful from here," he whispered. "There have been reports of patrols in the area. They're looking for escaped slaves, and anyone assisting them." Ellie's heart raced at the thought. She looked over at Jimson, whose expression was set in a grim determination, and then at Thomas, who clutched a small bag of belongings they had managed to keep through their travels. The boy's eyes were wide with fear, but he nodded silently, understanding the gravity of their situation. They moved with even greater caution, communicating with hand signals and barely audible whispers. Peter led them through a maze of natural tunnels formed by overgrown bushes and low-hanging branches, routes that were invisible unless one knew exactly where to look. Suddenly, a distant shout shattered the night's silence. The sound of barking dogs followed, the noise growing louder, closer. "Run!" Peter hissed, breaking into a sprint. Ellie, Jimson, and Thomas followed, pushing their tired bodies to their limits. The chase was harrowing. They could hear their pursuers crashing through the forest behind them, the voices of men and the barking of dogs creating a cacophony of terror. In a desperate bid for escape, they veered off the path, plunging into a dense thicket that tore at their clothes and skin. Miraculously, they emerged into a clearing, and Peter, familiar with the terrain, directed them towards a small cave hidden by low-hanging vines. They crawled inside, pressing deep into the shadowy recesses of the cave. For what seemed like hours, they remained silent and still, barely daring to breathe, as the sounds of their pursuers moved past. The voices and barking eventually faded, leaving only the sound of their own ragged breaths in the dark. As dawn approached, and the forest remained quiet, Peter finally signaled that it was safe to move. They emerged from the cave, weary and bruised but unbroken. The near capture had been terrifying, but it had also strengthened their resolve. With the first light of dawn filtering through the trees, they resumed their journey, the bonds between them forged stronger in the face of shared danger. Ellie felt a fierce protectiveness over Thomas and a deep respect for Jimson and Peter. Together, they moved forward, not just as fellow travelers, but as a family united by a common cause. The path to freedom was fraught with peril, but for Ellie, the journey was also defining the person she was becoming, brave, resilient, and unwavering in her commitment to justice and human dignity. Chapter 16: Freedom's Edge. After surviving the harrowing night in the forest, Ellie, Jimson, Thomas, and their guide Peter continued their journey with renewed caution. The morning light brought a sense of hope, but the memory of the previous night's close call lingered, a stark reminder of the dangers they still faced. The landscape began to change as they traveled further north, the dense forest giving way to rolling hills and open fields. The open terrain offered less cover, which made the group even more vigilant. Peter explained that they were close to crossing into a free state, But the last stretch would be the most perilous, as border areas were often heavily patrolled by those looking to capture runaway slaves and their allies. As they approached the border, the tension among the group was palpable. Peter led them to a small abandoned barn to rest and plan their crossing under the cover of the next night. The barn, hidden by overgrown brush and long forgotten by time, provided a temporary safe haven to gather their strength and prepare for the final push. Inside the barn, they found remnants of its past life, old hay bales, a broken plow, and rusted tools. It was a poignant reminder of the normal lives they all yearned for, lives that felt increasingly distant with each step they took. Peter outlined a plan. There's a river crossing half a mile north from here. It's less guarded, but the water can be treacherous. We'll need to be careful, move quietly, and help each other across. Ellie nodded, her resolve hardening. She looked at Jimson and Thomas, seeing her own determination mirrored in their eyes. They were so close to reaching their goal, and she felt a fierce protectiveness over her companions. As night fell, they set out for the river, the moon providing scant light as they navigated the rough terrain. The silence was heavy, each sound amplified in the stillness of the night. Reaching the riverbank, they saw the water wide and dark in front of them. The current looked strong, and the far bank was shrouded in mist. The freedom it represented tantalizingly close, yet veiled in uncertainty. Peter led the way, testing the water's depth with a long stick. It's going to be cold, and it's going to be tough, but we can do this, he whispered back to them. One by one, they entered the river, the cold water shocking their systems. Ellie clutched Thomas's hand tightly, ensuring he stayed close. Jimson, strong and steady, took the lead, helping to guide Thomas when the boy struggled against the current. Halfway across, Ellie's foot snagged on something underwater. Panic flared in her chest as the river's pull felt stronger, threatening to sweep her away. Jimson was instantly by her side, his hand gripping hers, pulling her free. The far bank gradually neared, each step forward a victory in itself. Finally, with a mixture of relief and exhaustion, they clambered onto the riverbank, collapsing onto the soft, muddy ground of freedom. They were across. They were safe. For the first time in what felt like forever, they allowed themselves to breathe, to feel the weight of their journey start to lift. Ellie looked around at Jimson and Thomas, their faces wet not just from the river, but from tears of relief and joy. Peter stood with them, a smile breaking across his face. "Welcome to freedom," he said, his voice thick with emotion. As the dawn began to break, coloring the sky with hues of orange and pink, Ellie felt a profound sense of accomplishment and possibility. They had faced unimaginable challenges, but they had survived. Together, the journey was not over. There would be new challenges and new adjustments, but for now, they reveled in their triumph. Ellie, Jimson, and Thomas had each other, and they had their freedom. And for the moment, that was everything. Chapter 17, New Beginnings. As the first light of dawn cast a soft glow over the landscape, Ellie, Jimson, Thomas, and Peter stood on the northern bank of the river, soaking in the reality of their newfound freedom. The air felt different here, crisper, laden with the scent of possibility and the promise of a new life. The group, exhausted but elated, made their way from the riverbank to a nearby town known as a safe haven for those who had escaped slavery. Peter had explained that the town was not only sympathetic to their cause, but had a community of former slaves and conductors from the Underground Railroad who could help them integrate and start anew. As they entered the town, the streets were just beginning to stir with the early risers. People nodded politely, some pausing to offer a warm smile of welcome, sensing perhaps that these newcomers had stories of great trials and triumphs. Peter led them to a modest house on the edge of town, where they were greeted by a woman named Martha, who ran a sort of boarding house for people like them. Martha, a former slave herself, had a kind face that was lined with years of hardship, yet lit up with an infectious warmth. She welcomed them inside with open arms. "You're safe here," Martha assured them as she led them into a cozy kitchen, the smell of fresh bread wafting through the air. "You'll find many here who've walked paths similar to yours. We look out for each other." The house was simple but comfortable, with handmade quilts on the beds and pictures of smiling faces on the walls. faces of people who had also found their way to freedom. Martha offered them food and a place to rest, insisting they needed to recover their strength before making any plans for the future. That day, as Ellie and her companions rested, they began to discuss what their new lives might look like. Jimson spoke of finding work, perhaps using his strength and skills to become a craftsman or builder. "I want to build things," he mused, "create something lasting with my hands, something that's mine." Thomas, young and still wide-eyed at the world, wanted to go to school. "I want to learn everything," he declared, his voice firm with determination. Ellie smiled at him, proud of the boy's resilience and ambition. As for Ellie, she felt a pull to continue helping others. Her journey on the Mississippi had ignited a passion for justice and a desire to help those still bound by chains. "Maybe I can work with the railroad," she pondered aloud, "help others find their way to freedom." Martha listened to their plans with a knowing nod. "There's much you can do here," she said, "and you'll find that helping others often helps us make sense of our own journeys." In the days that followed, Ellie, Jimson, and Thomas began to settle into their new lives. They found a community that, while marked by past sorrows, was vibrant with the spirit of resilience and hope. Ellie worked with local railroad leaders to establish a more formal role for herself, while Jimson found work with a carpenter who appreciated his knack for woodworking. Thomas enrolled in school, his eagerness to learn bringing joy not just to himself, but to those around him who saw in him the future they were all building together. As Ellie watched Jimson and Thomas thrive in their new surroundings, she felt a deep sense of contentment and purpose. The pain of their pasts and the challenges of their journey would always be part of them. But here, in this place of new beginnings, they had found a way to start anew, to build lives of their own choosing, a testament to the enduring power of hope and the unyielding strength of the human spirit. Chapter 18, A Promise Kept. In the months that followed their arrival in the northern town, Ellie, Jimson, and Thomas settled into their new lives with a vigor and determination that came from their hard-won freedom. The town, with its active involvement in the Underground Railroad and its community of former slaves and abolitionists, provided the perfect backdrop for each of them to grow and transform. Ellie, deeply moved by her experiences and the stories of those she met along the way, became increasingly involved with the railroad. Her home became a frequent stop for those seeking freedom, a place where weary souls found rest and encouragement under her careful watch. Her days were filled with planning, meeting with other conductors, and ensuring that her house was always ready for whoever might arrive, needing shelter. Jimson, using the skills he had honed both during and before their journey, became a respected craftsman in the town. His work not only provided a stable income, but also a sense of pride and accomplishment that had been denied to him for so long. He built furniture that was both sturdy and beautiful, his pieces soon sought after by many in the town and beyond. But more importantly, he helped build parts of the town's infrastructure, contributing to the community that had welcomed him so warmly. Thomas thrived in school, his quick mind and eager spirit endearing him to both his teachers and classmates. The opportunity to learn, to fill pages of his notebooks with knowledge, was a gift he never took for granted. He also became a messenger for the railroad, using his free time to carry messages between stations, his role allowing him to give back to the network that had helped save his and his friends' lives. As the seasons changed, bringing the first fall they would experience in freedom, the trio found themselves reflecting on their journey. One crisp evening, as they gathered at Ellie's home, with a fire crackling warmly in the hearth, they shared stories of their past and hopes for their future. Ellie, looking around at her two closest friends, felt a profound gratitude for their presence in her life. "We've come so far," she said, her voice thick with emotion, "and we've helped others do the same." Jimson nodded, his eyes reflecting the firelight. "We made a promise to each other, and to those still out there, searching for their path to freedom. We keep moving forward, keep fighting." Thomas, now taller and more confident, added, "And we learn so much every day, not just from books, but from each other, from every person who passes through here." The evening wore on, the outside air turning colder as the night deepened. But inside, the warmth was more than the blaze in the fireplace. It was the warmth of shared experiences, of battles fought and won, of a community and family forged in the fires of adversity. As they finally said goodnight, each returning to their own corner of the small, vibrant town, Ellie paused at her door, looking up at the stars that twinkled brightly in the clear sky. They seemed to her like beacons, like the lanterns that had guided them along the dark rivers and through hidden paths. She made her way back inside, closing the door gently behind her, a contented smile playing on her lips. Here in this town, with these people she loved and fought for, she was home. And as long as there were those who needed the promise of a new dawn, she would keep her light burning bright, a steadfast star in the ever-changing night sky.